Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
These are the voyages of MotherShip Poker. Its continuing mission to explore strange new betting lines, to seek out new games and new action, to boldly flop like no one has flopped before. Welcome, fellow humans, and welcome to our mission to extract some gold out of the dark matter field that we see before us every day. We're also playing the Comet Nano today and in the Falling Star Bounty as well. Let's get some of that up on screen for you so you guys can follow along with the fun. Alrighty, so at the moment we have got these three tournaments running. The Comet Nano, our old friend, it got running today, and we have currently 12 people in there. We've got the €750 guaranteed dark matter, a €10 buy-in, which has morphed from a €1,000 six-handed tournament into a €750 nine-handed tournament in the last couple of days. So we all know dark matter's got weird properties. Apparently one of the properties is that it entirely changes its composition and structure. Hey! Thank you, thank you very much, Jamie. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you here. Always good to have you hanging around. Thank you for coming by. So alrighty, let's get a closer look at our action. We have folded the nut flush here in the Comet Nano pre-flop. So our day's starting off just as just normal for our kind of action here, folks. Comet Nano is of course a ridiculously long structure, and although getting chips early is great in that, it's one of those ones where you don't actually have to get involved right away all the time. This is clearly a hand we'd want to be involved in, but what are you going to do, right? We have got the dark matter as well, which we have once again been able to fire a ticket into. The ticket today cost me a couple of 40-cent qualifier buy-ins to win a €2 ticket, which I then spun up into a €10 ticket for this one. However, I do have to add that there was a €2 buy-in that came out of my cash that I busted, that I bubbled yesterday for one of these. So it's probably about $280, I think, in money that I spent in this. But then I've got actually another €2 ticket sitting around that I won as well, that I'm still waiting to roll into another €10 ticket. So hopefully the next one that I play will also be a ticket event. And I'll keep playing those. It seems like a good deal for me. So so that's that one. And then we are also in one of our favorite tournaments, the Falling Star. We've cashed in that a couple times, the last few times. We usually take a few bounties and usually manage to pull some cash out of that. We've gone deep in it once, I think. We've never won it, but it's a fun tournament to play. And I know we final tabled it a few times, and I'm pretty sure we come second in it once. So if my memory serves, I came second in it and did not get a single bounty in that tournament. It was definitely one of the times I final tabled it where I did not get a single bounty, and I final tabled it. Damn, that sucks that you got crap internet there, Piano. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. God damn it, we're definitely starting this day off by folding hands that will hit. I'm a little bit more comfortable with my 8-4 fold than I am with my King 10 suited fold that ended up with the freaking nut flush. But hey, life and poker is a game of variance, and sometimes that variance is going to be that you fold winning hands. We'll mostly focus on our dark matter table, I think, given that that's where our money will be today if we can get there. I'm still not unhappy with my choices, even though I've busted 3 of these in 3 attempts so far this week. I'm still not unhappy with my choice to play it. I'm equally not unhappy with my choice to fire the odd bullet into the full-size black hole after reviewing some of my data last night. My sample size isn't quite as big for the black hole, but I've got an astonishingly good cash rate and ROI in the black hole nano as well. So the full-size black hole might be worth something paying on. The other thing I noticed is that I also tend to cash the black hole on one bullet, not on or the black hole nano, not on multiple bullets, on one bullet. If I fire multiple bullets, I tend not to cash it, and if I cash it, I tend to have only fired one bullet when I cash it. So that's an interesting thing, and makes me more inclined to think seriously about the 5 euro black hole as a singularity tournament. And as always, thank you very much for the host, Jamie. It's great to see. All of us smaller streamers need to stick together 100%. It's really tough to find eyeballs these days, and the best way to do it, I think, is by networking with other streamers and other people with similar interests and similar stuff. And for those of you who don't know, let's just do a quick caster for Hardy Poker. I believe it is. Yes, that's it. And check him out. He's one of my neighbors, so to speak. At least in global terms, he's one of my neighbors. He lives in a city about 3 hours west of me, and it's actually the city I grew up in, Calgary. I think you're still living in Calgary, right, Jamie? And is definitely worth going and checking his stream out, I think. We're often competing for times. A lot of times we're streaming at the same time of day, so don't necessarily want you to leave my stream to go check his out, but definitely we should definitely share when we can. And I always like to throw the raid over to Jamie when I get a chance, when he's streaming when we come offline. I'm really kind of kicking myself for not having spent more time on qualifiers for the first couple of bullets I fired into the dark matter. Because these last 2 bullets I fired have been significantly reduced pricing for me, which definitely helps the bankroll and means my bankroll doesn't take such a huge hit even if I bust the thing. Which, of course, is never our intention and never something that we want to do. But as we've seen and as we know with poker, it is a game of variance. And it's going to take you a few tries sometimes to get into the paid spots, especially in a freeze-out style format like the dark matter. I frankly am a little happier to see it as a 9-handed tournament than a 6-handed tournament. I think Although I'm just thinking back on my... I say I liked nine-handed tournaments better. Every tournament I've won is a six-handed tournament. I think even the Dwarf Star Nano is a six-handed bounty event, right? Let me double check on the Dwarf Star. Let's have a quick look on the Dwarf. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano is a six-seat progressive bounty tournament. Yes, so weirdly, I think I'm really good at nine-handed tournaments. Turns out the tournaments I win are six-handed tournaments, apparently, here on Unibet. So I should maybe reassess where my strengths and weaknesses lie, frankly, now that I think about it. Maybe holy shit, the Comet Nano's nine-handed as well. I'm positive the Comet used to be six-handed too. No, maybe the Comet was nine-handed. Maybe that is the one nine-handed tournament I have won. Maybe it was that Dark was 6 and Comet was 9. Maybe that was other than the structure difference. Maybe. Can anybody confirm whether the Comet Nano used to be 6 or not? It seems like I've got more people at my table as well than I normally do at a Comet Nano game. Because we're sitting at a 9-handed table here on the Comet. So weird. Everything's just changing over at Unibet these days. Oh, we got a Visceration to our right. Hey, Mike. So yeah, there we go. We got a Visceration to our right, and good friend of the stream there to our right in the Comet Nano. I don't know if he's noticed that we are to his left yet or not. I would be... he would normally have popped into the stream by now if he'd noticed us on his left, I would have thought. But I'm sure we'll see him here shortly. Not seeing anybody on my dark matter table that I recognize, but that's not surprising considering I'm a newbie at this level. I've actually been wondering about the wisdom of playing all of these events under my Tangeli username, and I've actually been wondering if perhaps I should have been playing these and or play more high roller events, but as a random avatar name that other people don't know and that can't be necessarily directly associated with me right away. I'm not entirely sure that anybody's associating this with me personally for any reason, but definitely with Tangeli being in the same tournament 4 days in a row, the other people that have played this tournament 4 days in a row will have noticed the same avatar playing, probably, especially at this level of poker. So a couple of queens. Definitely, we're definitely liking the lady nuts here. So we're going to be putting in a raise here. Go 3x. Go a little bigger than 3x, actually. I think we'll go 3.5. Nice cleats. Good luck, man. I wish you luck up to and until you get into a hand with me, in which case I will take the luck at that point, my friend. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be a EOS thing. That's certainly not outside of the realm of possibility. Um, I'm not sure why that would have necessitated the change from 6 to 9, though. That's the one that confuses me. Is it's like, yeah, you adjust guarantees all the time depending on your field sizes and how many people you're getting interest in it and that sort of thing. Um, but to change the structure of the tournament that drastically is a little weird, I thought, frankly, without, doesn't seem to be a lot of reason, frankly, for it. I'm not necessarily complaining, but it's just weird, I think. Like I say, I kind of like the idea of a nine-headed tournament, but I just don't know. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Cleeds. I will be doing everything I can to be there. Unfortunately, Friday night, tomorrow. Well, tomorrow I'm going to the office, and then tomorrow night is one of my live poker nights, home games that I go to. Um, it's weird. Both of my home games are at offices. This one is not at an office I happen to work at, but it's like a friend's office, and then the one in the middle of the month is at my office. But so I'm doing that tomorrow, and unfortunately, what happens with those nights is they're absurdly late because I have a 2-hour drive to get to the city where I work, and so then I play poker until 11 or 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and then I get in my car and I drive home for 2 hours. So it's always an absurdly late evening, and I don't actually know how I'll feel the next day and how the whole Stream League thing will go for me. But what are you gonna do? Looking forward to it though. As I keep saying, I fully expect to have my ass waxed in every game I play and drop like $4 or $5 in buy-ins and not get anything out of it this time because my results were absurdly good last time and like way beyond what you should expect for the first time you play in something like that. So I think I've probably exhausted my luck in the Stream League for a little while at least. I'm going to put in a 3-bet with this, I think. I want the betting lead out of possession. I think Ace-Queen is going to be good here a lot. I mean, he's going to do this with smaller aces. I think he's going to put in from the button with smaller aces. He's going to be doing it with suited connector type hands. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I think he folds to my 3-bet. There's a whole bunch of stuff that he calls, and we're still ahead on the flop on a lot of flops. So I think that's definitely a good 3-bet spot. And I think when I just call behind there, it's a lot harder for me to extract value when I hit my hand, and it's a lot harder for me to really know where I am, I think. When he calls my 3-bet, I can put him on. When he calls my 3-bet or comes over top of me, I can put him on a more narrow range of hands, I think. So I think it's I think it gives me more information that way to do it that way from out of position. I think from in position, I might just call there and see what happens, but out of position, I think I definitely want to put in the 3-bet there. Let me know if you guys disagree with that, but that seemed like the right thing to do there. think that's one of the things I identified the other day as well, that I need to be more willing to 3-bet my blind hands out of position in order to, because I'm spending too much time playing post flop out of position with hands that I don't know where I'm going to be on a lot of flops. So that was one of the leaks that we identified, I think, over the last 2 days with a couple of the mistakes I made, and so I'm trying to change that today. I'm hoping I don't overcompensate and do it in spots where I shouldn't be doing it, but you guys let me know, please, if you see me doing that at any point in time. My 3-bet might have been a little small, actually, now that I'm looking at the hand. But I'm wondering, well, certainly comment on the sizing if you like. I'm wondering about the general concept of 3-betting there. Well, no, for sure. I can absolutely can do it again. I mean, I don't think it was entirely luck that got me what that got me the results that I had the last time. But I accept that running good in poker and running that good in poker also involves a significant element of luck as well on a specific game by game, hand by hand basis. And I ran absurdly well in that last stream league. I played well enough for sure, but I ran absurdly well. So if I don't run as well next time, I will not be terribly upset with the situation. Yeah, and I don't actually mind it going 6 to 9. Although, like I say, it turns out looking at my results, I'm actually more. I actually do better in 6-handed games. It looks like on Unibet than I do in 9-handed games. That could be because there's more 6-handed games that I play, though. A quick rundown of our tables. We're a little down the stack in the Comet Nano. Haven't really had much happen for us there yet. We got slightly above start stack in the Dark Matter tournament. Not too much has happened there. We had the one hand where we 3-bet and took it down, but otherwise it's been pretty quiet over here for us in the Dark Matter. And the Falling Star, we've got a few thousand extra chips over our start stack, but we haven't taken any booties yet, and it's been also relatively quiet here. If my memory serves correctly, we got these chips in the Falling Star by when we raised with Kings, got called, and then we're able to c-bet on the flop when we actually flopped the top set and got called, so we check raised on the turn, and they folded out on the turn to the check raise. So we were able to pick up about 2,000 chips there, and a little more than 2,000, and go from there. Well, at least you got sound. It sucks that your connection is so bad today, Piano Cat. I'm definitely feeling like I've got a good connection here. So I think my send out is okay. But bad internet sucks sometimes. Go back to the Dark Matter. That'll be the one that we spend most of our time on for as long as we're in it, I think. Oh, and once again, you guys will be stuck with repeat old commercials. I did not have any chance last night to cut any new commercials for you, so it's all going to be repeats again today. I think we'll do Brady Bunch today, though. It's been a while since we've done the Brady Bunch ads, so I think we'll do Brady Bunch today. Yeah, and I mean, I think when he comes back over top of me, I'm probably getting rid of my ace queen in a spot like that. Um, when he calls me, I have to start putting him on hands like, well, the bigger ace, the ace king. But he's going to call me with a lot of hands like suited connectors and things like that. So depending on the flop, I'm going to be ahead still a lot of the time, I think. So I think it's probably not a terrible. And being able to have the betting lead, I think, is a good thing there. So it was sort of why I decided to do it. Hey, MVE, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we got evisceration in the Comet Nano as well. He was to my right for a while, but one of us got moved. I can't remember if it was me or him, but one of us got moved. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm dominating his calling range. I'm way behind his reshove range, I think, although I'm racing against a lot of his, or not reshove, but re-raise range. His 4-bet range, because I think that actually a lot of the smaller pairs that I'm racing against are going to 4-bet me in that spot. So I actually have a tough choice, I think, to make if he 4-bets me there. That's one of the reasons why the 3-bet might be problematic in that spot, is because if he does decide to come over top of me with a 4-bet, I've got a pretty tough choice to make, whether I'm facing a hand that's dominating me or whether I'm facing a hand I'm racing against, which is really the two choices that I have there, which I suppose means that I'm going to lean towards a fold a lot of the time in that spot when he comes over top of me, which makes it somewhat exploitable, I think. So that's another sort of thing to think about, I think. And it does depend on the villain. One of the problems in that spot is I honestly had very little information about the guy. I was basically just doing that based on my hand strength and the sort of dynamic of positions in that spot. I had almost no information on his actual play style or anything like that. So that's a little bit problematic, possibly, because he could be a super tight player that's only opening on the button when he has a massive hand, in which case I'm putting myself in for a world of hurt when I do that sort of thing with an ace queen. Sorry about that, Piano Cat. I don't really want to drop my stream to anything lower than 720 as a base, sort of as the base thing. I kind of like the 720 for sure, but we are getting a little frisky in the falling star. We are in the small, or we're in the small blind, and we've got ace king, and there's been some action in front of us, so we're putting in a pot bet here, and we're going to probably call off against Caesar here and do an RNGesus moment. Classic race, and the classic race does not work out well for us. We are done in the falling star. No surprise there. I mean, I don't think I have to call there. I think I can fold there a chunk of the time and then still come back later with my remaining chip stacks, because I still have like basically a start stack there after I make that raise if I fold. On the other hand, it's very unlikely that we're against one of the three hands that we hate to see when that gets flipped over. So I think it's to fold there a lot is just giving up chips. So I don't hate the call. Obviously wish it worked out differently, but I don't hate the call. I'm pretty happy with it, I think. And we'll just mark that one down as a 0 and move on, because that's the way poker goes sometimes. That is just the way poker goes sometimes. Yeah, it could be a lot of reasons. One of the problems, one of the reasons why I am really sort of against Wi-Fi and over-the-air wireless type solutions like the mobile broadband and things like that is simply because I'm an old school system admin techie guy, And there is nothing more reliable than running a big old cable between your two computers and making them work, because there's none of that environmental shit that gets in the way. Assuming you're smart enough not to run your cable right next to like a massive power feed or some ridiculous thing like that. But it's relatively easy to make sure that everything's going to work when you plug it all in with cables. So I'm very much a cable guy. My Canada's not huge for mobile broadband, at least not in this part of Canada, because lots of open space, very small populations, so it doesn't really lend itself to efficient mobile broadband. Out east in places like Ontario, where the population density is much, much, much higher, they have a lot of those sorts of solutions, and I hear a lot of my friends who use them also complaining in much the same way about it being up and down and very variable service, whereas my wired service, which comes in through fiber optics here in Western Canada under the ground, is like stable as fuck. There's very little that ever goes wrong with it, and so yeah, it's I'm very much a hard cable proponent of hard cables. Not a big fan of, and actually everything in my house, I use Wi-Fi when I have to, and my phones and stuff connect through Wi-Fi, but I would never consider streaming, running on a computer, doing a stream that was connected to my internal network on Wi-Fi. That would, from my 30 years experience as a system administrator, that is just asking for trouble. Any sort of a server like that's actually doing something that needs to happen and needs to happen consistently all the time, plug the fucker in. Plug the fucker into real cables, as far as I'm concerned. I understand that's not really an option necessarily in the UK a lot, because the mobile is largely taking over, and there are lots of places, I think there are lots of places where you can't even get wired broadband anymore, if you ever could. But it's something that I really rebel against, frankly. Hello, Visation. Did you happen to notice we were sitting beside each other for a while in the Comet Nano, buddy? One of us got moved, so it's not we're not there anymore. But you were sitting beside me for a while. You were sitting to my right for a while in the Comet Nano. So we are out of the falling star. Let's have a quick look at our schedule. See what else is running now. I'm very interested in. I have a €2 ticket that I want to spend on a qualifier to a €10. We could reg in the Dark Matter Nano and play the Dark Matter and the Dark Matter Nano beside each other. That might be fun. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any. Oh, here's a. Oh, I thought there was a qualifier to a €10 ticket, but it may just have closed. Let's see here. Yeah, there's one in an hour and 39 that I might jump into. But you know what? I think we're going to be funky. And we're going to play the Dark Matter and the Dark Matter Nano beside each other. Dark Matter Nano's changed to a 9-handed tournament as well, so they changed both. That makes good sense, but still a little confused as to why it got changed. So let's add this to our... Hey, DeFrylot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. Somebody named Evisceration was sitting to my right very early on in the event today. So I assumed it was you. Maybe it wasn't you, but somebody named Evisceration was sitting to my right in Comet Nano earlier today. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, Piano Cat. I totally get where you're coming from. Like there are times today when you have no other choice, unfortunately, and I'm not really thrilled about that. But there are times, as you say, when there is no other choice, and you just have to do it. Alrighty, so we have got the Dark Matter Nano. That's that one here. In place of the falling star. Alrighty, we have now got the Dark Matter Nano running along with our Dark Matter event. Yeah, for sure. We can't use wired there either. And so I use my phone data connection for that as well. Okay, Evisceration. That is very weird. There is somebody else on Unibet playing with the name Evisceration. Interestingly enough, we've just flopped pretty good here on the Comet Nano as well. So I guess now that it checked around to us, we got to put some money into the middle. Try to get some money. I didn't even play any David stuff today. I was busy working on qualifier stuff. Got the Dark Matter Nano, the Dark Matter, and the Comet Nano running at the moment. Yeah, they're changing a lot of things around. There's quite a few things that seem to be getting mixed up. Oh, weird. I haven't actually seen. Unibet Open, right? Sorry, I thought you were talking about. I was reading UOS there for a second. I haven't seen any UOS satellites yet. Yeah, the Unibet Open is weird. I know there's the €2 to €10 Unibet Open has always been a double buy. where you can either buy in for €2 or for €4. That one's always kind of confused me. I've never really sure what the best ROI option is there, whether I should buy in for 1 or 2 when I play that one. You are playing with that alias. Okay, yeah, I thought so. So, but I'm actually not seeing you at the table now in the comment. I'm pretty sure I saw you earlier, but I'm not seeing you on the table now. I see you in the chip count still, but. I've only busted the falling stars so far. That's all I plan to bust today. Let's go deeper in a bunch of these today. Got a free round of blinds there from the sleeper. That's always nice. Although I'd rather it have happened when I had 7 deuce instead of ace jack, but. I feel like I'm playing really good ICM poker the last couple of days. The qualifiers have been, in a couple of cases, I've really got the ticket because I've played ICM poker and folded in the right spots and shoved in the right spots and played it that way. There's in the one that I'm playing actually right now that I won earlier today, I was the last place chip stack for much of the time leading up to the bubble point, at which point I was able to double up by getting a loose call with my kings and holding, and then yeah, okay, that's sorry, I was just looking at that. And then I just sort of sat back and held on and watched. Ended up 3-handed with 2 tickets to be given away, and I just sort of sat back as I was in second place and watched the first and the third place player just go insane with each other and play massive pots together. And I'm like, dudes, do it. One of you two is going to bust the other one, and I'm going to sit here and pick up a ticket. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. I got involved in a couple of pots during that whole period because I had massive hands but yeah, I just sort of sat back and watched the other 2 guys play stupid qualifier poker and ended up with a ticket out of it. So that was kind of fun. Alrighty, so we got a break coming up. I am out of all my hands, so we will be back in a few short minutes. Enjoy some Brady Bunch ads.
Let's join the tea. Oh, bye-bye. May I have a cookie? Nice, Mommy. Let's talk and talk and talk.
This is Mattel's family of chatty dolls. Chatty Cathy, Chatty Baby, Tiny Chatty Baby, and Tiny Chatty Brother. And this is Mattel's Charmin' Chatty. She's different because she has a different personality for each of the 5 records you can change. So she can say over 100 things.
The amo means I love you.
Mattel's wonderful Chatty dolls. Which one do you want? You can tell they're Mattel. They're swell.
Hi, I'm Poppin' Fresh, the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Hi.
Out of cookies? Let's make some.
Hey, those are chocolate chip cookies, my favorite.
Now, if you'll do the slicing, we'll do the baking. While they're cooling, let's sing a song. Oh, a house smells so nice when you bake in the oven. A warm kind of smell when you bake in the oven.
Dozens of lovin' like something from the oven.
And Pillsbury says it best. Now for those cookies.
These look good. You're wonderful.
Oh, home-baked chocolate chip cookies, fresh in the dairy case. And Pillsbury says it best.
I'm painting toys for girls and boys. Hurry up, Donald. I'm a clown.
Get your Mickey or Donald toy filled with puppets, new super-tasting caramel cereal.
Happy poppin' puppets. New super tasting caramel cereal.
Have fun with your puppet toys. Play with them. Use them for banks. Put on a circus. Sleep with them. Eat with them.
Happy poppin' puppets. New super tasting caramel cereal. Caramel peppy, caramel poppin'.
Mickey and Donald. Take your pick. Take both.
Happy.
You've got lots of friends. And some of your friends are dolls. But Barbie's the doll with lots of friends of her own. They're Stacy and Christy.
What's playing at the cinema? Shall we go? Let's go shopping with Barbie.
There's Skipper and her new twist and turn friends, Francie and Casey. Sure, dolls are fun.
I love being a fashion model.
And friends are the best thing in the world. Now, if you have Barbie and her friends at your house, you've got some new friends.
Alrighty, we'll be back here in a few minutes. I'm just actually getting another tournament set up for you as well. I just jumped into the Black Hole Nano as well, so let's sort that one out. That's there. That will be this one. Ooh. It's the Black Hole Nano. Alrighty, so that one is rolling as well. So we're in 4 games now. We're in the Black Hole Nano. We're in the Dark Matter Nano. We're in the full-size Dark Matter. And we are in the Comet Nano as well. So we've got 3 Nano games, 1 full-size game rolling. We got action. I don't think I got to enter the Black Hole. 5 Nano Black Hole. Yeah, that sucks. You can't see them today. Yeah, it's Brady Bunch. Brady Bunch characters in the ads is what these ads are all about. Yes, you can always watch the video later. You can definitely watch the video later. I haven't been doing a ton of video editing recently on my previous videos, so after a couple of weeks they do roll off the system, I think. But I actually have everything stored on my hard drive still and plan to keep all of the episodes. The raw version of all the episodes anyways, so. Yeah, exactly, to fry light. It's one of those things, I don't know, if you're from North America, like I am, it was completely ubiquitous in your youth. And by ubiquitous, I mean, like, you literally could not get away from the influence of the Brady Bunch on pop culture, on discussions, on everything. I mean, everybody had, it's kind of astonishing to think back. And the most astonishing thing about it is how awful the show is objectively when we look back at it as adults. How objectively awful the show actually was in pretty much every measure that you can possibly come up with. Exactly. You're always facetiousness is absolutely allowed on the mothership. It is it's one of the things our environmental systems are calibrated to accept and amplify. In fact, on the mothership. So please feel free to be facetious, sarcastic, or satirical here on the mothership. I've been getting crap loads of bonus points for playing the dark matter all week. They like me firing €10 bullets into tournaments. I think I've got. I have to go have a look, but I got 50 today, and I'm pretty sure I got 30 another day, and I got 10 another day when I registered into the dark matter. Oh, you guys will notice I moved to a new game last night. I was getting sick of the ski lodge. It wasn't really we weren't really making any money at the ski lodge. We weren't really losing a ton of money at the ski lodge either. But we're just kind of sitting there. And frankly, if you're just gonna kind of sit there and hover, You don't need to be knee deep in snow. I'm a Canadian. I don't have any serious problems with living in the snow, but frankly, if I can get away from it, I will get away from it. So we decided to check out this lovely little home game in a rather well-appointed living room by the look of things. A little bit of an office there on the right, and some nice little seating areas and stuff. Once again, we're still playing on a hardwood table, which is a little bit tricky because the chips kind of skitter across the table all the time when we throw chips into the pot to bet. But cards go flying off the table all the time too when we're dealing. But what are you gonna do? That's the way it goes. We're about to shove all in the dark matter, I think, from the hijack with ace queen and 15 big blinds and a dream, ladies and gentlemen. That's the dark matter nano, not the dark matter. I should clarify. Dark matter nano is a much quicker structure, obviously, because we are like twice the blind level already in that one that we are in the regular dark matter, and they both start at the same time. So we're in a new game today for a bit. We'll see how this one goes. Might change it again. Might change it up again. I was mentioning to Piano Cat in a whisper as well that I do have a new avatar that I created recently. I don't know if I'm going to use it on stream or if I'm going to just use it elsewhere. It's sort of a specific avatar, and there are actually some games I could be using it in today, given that I'm playing 3 Nano tournaments. But the name of my new avatar is King Nano. I figured after my 6th win, I could start bragging a little bit about my Nano successes. If you guys encounter King Nano with the King of Spades avatar in the next little while, you will know it is me you're playing against. Yeah, it was also a different time for TV, right? I mean, it was a time where you only had a very limited number of options. And Brady Bunch was ubiquitously pushed by one of those options in an absurdly huge way. Now, obviously, it's kind of a self-feeding snake that eats itself because the public hysteria feeds the network's desire to promote it, which feeds the public hysteria, which feeds the network, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to call behind with my ace-jack here. This is a spot where I could 3-bet again out of position to get the betting lead, but I just don't think I feel it now. I am going to check raise on this flop, I think. Check call at least. Nah, check raise might be the wrong. Actually, we should be watching the table that I'm talking about. This is ace-jack here. It was raised from the button. So I think I'm just going to call here and see what the... So I'm pretty happy that I'm going to be in the best spot here. And we're going to be betting into this for value with our jack. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm actually not sure how I still have chips, frankly, in that pot, because I think if I'm playing the aces there, I'm probably... What else is on that board? The pair of 8s I might be willing to... Yeah, given the action. I don't know. I call on the flop. How can I have an 8 if I call on the flop? Seems pretty unlikely if I have an 8 that I call on the flop. Weird. I'm actually surprised he didn't put me all in there, frankly. So I don't actually know how I still have chips in the dark matter. Or how I wasn't facing... Hello, Archibald! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Not quite sure how I wasn't facing a really tough decision there with my jack. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad I wasn't, but I'm just not sure how. We get there. It's one of those talking heads hands. You may ask yourself, how did I get here? How did we manage to survive that river? Shh. Is Night Shopper the AI bunny? Night Shopper is the AI bunny, is he? I think ace 10 probably has to be a raise. The question is, do I shove or do I just put in a standard raise with it? I think I'm just going to put a standard raise with it here and make a decision when other action comes. I'm probably considering calling off action. This might be blah. Once again, we are done in the dark matter. So it has been a pretty brutal week for us in our dark matter bullets so far. I don't think I can call there. I certainly can fold my ace 10, and I probably should fold my ace 10 there. Maybe I shove pre-flop. I'm sure I still get called by the threes, and I'm sure it still plays out the same, but it gives me options when he doesn't have a pair of threes or a hand like that in that spot. And I think there's a reasonable amount of times that he, with his stack, can 3-bet me relatively light where my ace 10 is going to be ahead with other aces that are worse than that. And I'm going to be racing against a significant chunk of his pair range, I think. So I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think I could have played it differently. I think I can fold when he 3-bets to me there as well, because the ace 10 is definitely not something. I mean, there's lots of hands that I can be just crushed against with the ace 10 there as well. So it's maybe not the best choice in the world to go crazy with that. So when he 3-bets me, I can definitely get away there, and I've still got another. I've still absolutely got a shoving stack that I can put in on one more hand if I choose to. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm still not terribly unhappy, and I'm still. I think I still have a chance in this tournament. I mean, I'm still not unhappy with my performance totally. There's, like I say, there's a few hands yesterday, and the ace 10 is, could have. I'm not hugely unhappy with it. I'm not hugely happy with it. I think it's I had few enough big blinds that I think it's one of those spots that can go either way. So I. Yeah, the timing of your question is extra needly at this point, Addy. I have to say, I'm just watching the my bust out hand roll through on the on the screen. So yeah, like I said yesterday, I'm not even going to be hugely disappointed. I mean, obviously disappointed if I don't manage to cash one of these dark matters this week, but I'm not going to be hugely disappointed. It's one of those things that happens in poker, and you can go quite a ways without actually winning or cashing in an event, even if it's an event that you have an edge in. I think so. I wouldn't be, it would be unfortunate, but it would not be the most unexpected thing in the world for us to go 5 bullets into this and not cash a single one of them. So I won't be firing another bullet tomorrow. You won't actually see me online tomorrow. I'll be driving a few hours to go spend a day in the office and then go spend a day playing poker with buddies, or spend the evening playing poker with buddies. But I should be back on Saturday. Whether I'm going to stream or not, I don't know. I will definitely play the stream at League on David. And one of my things is that if I'm going to play the Stream League, I want to actually be engaging and active in his chat while I'm doing it. And if I can't really be streaming myself if I'm going to be active in his chat. So if I decide to play Stream League, I probably won't stream myself on Saturday. We'll see how Ian's weekend goes, and I might come back on Sunday if he's not streaming. But otherwise, I mean, we'll just see how it goes. Definitely back next Monday, and if it's if that's the next time I can play my 5th bullet in the dark matter, that's when we'll play the fifth bullet in the dark matter. I have one more bullet yet to fire. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but it will happen. It will happen in very short order. Yeah, hopefully you go one deeper this time, MVE. Because didn't you take second in that yesterday? So I'm going to keep firing for another €10 ticket that I'll use for the next bullet of the dark matter as well. I seem to be doing reasonably well in the 40-cent to €2 qualifiers. That gives me a bunch of €2 tickets to fire into the €10 event. So I think it's good. I think it's good value for me to do it that way. It seems to have been good value so far anyway since I started doing it, so hopefully it stays being good value. Put in a raise with a pair of 7s here with on the Dark Matter Nano table. I think I'm going to c-bet. I think with his stack, he probably leads there a lot of times. I mean, he's going to come back over top of me quite a bit as well. And I think he's going to do it with marginal holdings. But I think I still need to go there with the c-bet. Nice, nice. Good job, guys. You guys are crushing the satellites lately. I need to be playing more of the Unibet Open satellites. I haven't been playing those. I've been focusing on regular tickets for the dark matter, but those are juicy, and I need to be trying to get into. Don't have much time left for London, actually. I just realized, so I need to. If I want to do that, I need to focus on that, like this week or this coming week at the absolute latest. I think I need to be. I think I probably only got 2 weekends left to get into the. Like after this weekend, there's maybe 2 more weekends left to get into the package qualifier. So I need to bank the ticket before then, obviously. Assuming I want to make it to London, which I actually do, I definitely want to make it to one of the ones this time around. But I realize I kind of dropped the ball on that part of my mission for London. I haven't really been focusing on Unibet Open tickets at all. So we just put in a fairly chunky raise over some limping in the Comet Nano with our pair of 9s. We get called by the entitled. And I'm pretty happy with this flop for us. So I think we're going to c-bet fairly large. I think there's certainly ways that we could not be happy with the turn in the river, so I don't actually mind getting it over with there. But if he wanted to pay me off for that bet and continue, I wouldn't have been terribly upset with it either. Although when he does pay me off there, it's probably he's probably got a queen a lot of the time. So Stream League de Freilat is a basically 8 or 10 €1 tournaments that you get. There's regular prize pools in them with guarantees. I got a €100 guarantee on them that usually is overlay, and you also get points for where you finish in it. And at the end of the day, your top three results, I think it is, get put together for a overall prizes of various size tickets for other Unibet events. I won a €25 ticket last month for coming 3rd or 4th. And so yeah, it was a lot of fun. So. Nice one. Thanks for the link, Piano Cat. Good job. Good job. So yeah, so last month I played 5 of the events out of the 10 that they had last month, and I got a second. I got 2 seconds and a 7th, I think it was, for enough points to put me in 3rd or 4th place overall and give me a €25 ticket, which was pretty cool. Which I then proceeded to bust in the Dwarf Star bounty. But hey, that's that's the way it goes. And if we get another one, we'll fire it again and add something like that. Under the gun, King 10's not, especially on a 9-handed table. King 10 even suited is not that great under the gun, I don't think. I'd actually rather play Jack 10 suited under the gun than King 10 suited under the gun, frankly. Even though it's technically a lower hand from the pure hand ranking perspective, i.e., pure card ranking perspective. I have to make myself some food in the next break. I think I didn't eat any breakfast this morning, so I'm getting kind of hungry now.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater.
Sorry about that, people. I'm not quite sure what happened there. My finger slipped, and I ended up changing scenes on you there for a second. I apologize for that. What I wanted to do was come down here to our Black Hole Nano table and show you that I was putting in the bet with Ace Queen here. And I think we're going to continue on this board. And take it down. So sorry about that, jumping into the intro scene for a second there. That was not intended. I think we've got this mothership back under control again here, folks. I don't think we have anything to worry about. We're not going to crash into anything, or so you guys just sit back and relax. That temporary bit of turbulence is now past. Putting in a bet here with my fours under from position when everybody checks to me. I'm thinking that nobody has a king or a queen in this spot, so my fours are probably best. I can check back there assuming that my fours are best and that I have, but there's a lot of stuff that comes on the turn on the river that my fours don't like very much, so I think just getting it over with there is not a terrible thing. Nice one to Frylock. Good job, buddy. Good luck. Keep the run rolling. Keep the roll running. Keep the run running. Keep the roll rolling. Keep winning. That's what I'm trying to say. There we go. There's our finger trouble. There's our finger trouble. Alrighty, we're back to straight and level flight here on the Mothership, folks, and try to avoid any turbulence here in the future. But as you all know, as regular passengers on our little expeditions here, we do occasionally encounter turbulence in the form of muted microphones, in the form of talking about hands that are not on the screen, in the form of all sorts of things. I think that's the first time we've accidentally changed scenes in the middle of our action, but you know, hey, all sorts of things are possible here on the Mothership, folks. Hello, Ant-Man. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. You missed my inglorious exit from the dark matter once again today. I'm basically what happened was I put in a raise with ace 10 from the hijack spot, and the big blind 3-bet me. I decided to 4-bet shove my smaller stack. He called off with 3s, and I never got there in the race, so that was where the end of my chips went. Prior to that, we had a couple of just spots that didn't go our way, and we ended up losing our chips a little bit. Nice. We just got Dark Matter Nano. We just doubled up, knocked somebody out with ace queen calling off a shove by ace 6. And I've definitely noticed one of the other things. It's a clear difference between my performance in tournaments like the Dark Matter Nano versus tournaments like the Dark Matter. People don't gift me their stacks. Let me actually show you this. Let me just show you this hand here because it's a significant difference in play styles that I just simply don't see in the full-size Dark Matter. So let's bring up the replay window. That's the replay window. Let's make sure it's on screen before we start talking about it. Hey, there we go. We got stuff happening here. Let's actually not do it that way. Let's do it this way. So we get ace queen on the button. Folds to us, so we're obviously putting in a raise here with this. We could shove here, but I think given the stack sizes, I think putting in the 3x raise from the button is probably our best option here. So that's what I do. Big stack gets out of the way, which is what we were hoping for. We don't want him coming along with us here very often. When Norma makes the shove here, I have to think about it a little bit because, I mean, in a normal game, like in the Dark Matter full size, I'm really expecting this to be a pretty strong hand at this point, and I have to really think hard about my ace queen. I do think hard about it in this point, but I finally do make the call. And turns out we're up against ace 6, right? So the guy just basically gives me his stack at this point, which I have not seen happen yet in the Dark Matter full. So it's one of the key differences between these two tournaments, and maybe one of the reasons why I win more often in the Dark Matter Nano than I do in the basic Dark Matter. Let's get back to the actual action here. We just had a couple of hands with kings that you guys missed out on seeing, but one of them was down here in the black hole, and we picked up some chips there. The other one was in the Dark Matter Nano. We picked up a few more chips there as well. Comet Nano we're still kind of slow on, but we will get there. But yeah, so that is one key difference between my performance in the Nano versions versus the higher versions, is people just don't gift you their stack like that in the other tournaments. So And I do get a significant number of my nano chips from that sort of play where I just know I'm ahead, and I know that in these tournaments they're very likely to be doing this with hands weaker than mine. And here's the thing, I'm not sure I call off there in the full-size dark matter because I think my ace-queen is in much worse shape in the full-size than it is in the nano version. But maybe that's a misperception of what's going on. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even have called off there in the nano version. But it just feels like, given the stack sizes there, with him with only 10 big blinds, he's shoving pretty wide range, and that includes hands like he has, but it also includes hands that I'm even farther ahead of too, I think. Well, I guess it's hard to be farther ahead than dominating with a better ace, but yeah. So I just think I have to call off there pretty much all the time. That's all in pretty 6 deuce, eh? We saw that the other day in the dark matter, if you remember correctly, dude. Well, he wasn't all in pre, but he called the cold 4-bet with the 6 deuce there. So I mean, maybe we got it wrong. Maybe the 6 deuce is the new aces. I don't know. Seems unlikely to me, but maybe 6 deuce is the new aces. Yeah, you're right, Ant. I think it is fine from the perspective of his stack sizes, only 10 big blinds. I'm probably shoving it there as well. And I guess maybe I would see the same thing in the full size dark matter. But I wonder if in the full size dark matter, the person on the big blind doesn't stop and think more about the ace-6 and go, you know what? I've still got 10 big blinds, and I can potentially find a better spot than ace-6 to go with. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that way, but I certainly think that way. And I'm not saying that because it's a bigger buy-in, and I think that way in a bigger buy-in, whereas I wouldn't in a smaller buy-in. I'm thinking that way always because it's part of the way I think you should be thinking about your poker, your tournament poker. Cash games are totally different. Cash games are always, you always think about the odds as in the hand as it's playing, and that's it. If it's a profitable play to make based on the odds, you make it in a cash game. And that's always the case. I don't think that's always the case in the tournament game because I think there are tournament spot implications and stack size implications that come into play that change whether or not the play is right simply based on the odds or not, if that makes sense. And we see that most explicitly in the satellite format, where there are clear cases where it is not optimal to play in a purely ABC poker sort of way, right? Where you're folding massive hands, where you're just not getting involved in spots where you would normally get involved in. So I wonder if the ace-6 actually does reshove, or I wonder if in the full-size dark matter he gets out of the way waiting for a better spot, or he even just calls behind, which is maybe, I mean, he still has 8 big blinds behind if he calls behind, but that gives him options to try to bluff me on flops, so it gives him other options, and I just don't know that he just shoves into me all the time there in the bigger one. That's sort of what I'm getting at, is the difference. So we are down to the final table in the Dark Matter Nano and one away from the money at the moment. 8 getting paid in that one. Currently, this is what it looks like. We are 6 of 9 at the final table with 1 more to go until the money. Yeah, I mean, I certainly think I probably would have gotten there in the end in the Dark Matter. As in the full-size Dark Matter as well, because I think Ace Queen in that spot just has too much value against a 10 big blind shove from the big blind there. But I do think that my calculation and my mental calculations, my mental dynamics have to be a little bit different. And I expect to see something like an Ace-6 more often in the Nano events than I do in the full-size Dark Matter when I'm calling off that shove with my Ace Queen in that spot, I think. So our current situation, we're playing the Comet Nano, where we've got just under a starting stack. We are also playing the Dark Matter Nano, where we've got almost 3 starting stacks, sitting 6 of 9, 1 to go until we're in the money on that. We are on the final table already, but there's only 8 getting paid today, so we still have 1 person to bust before we are in the money. I am currently 6 of 9. We are also playing the Black Hole Nano, which has ages to go until we're done with late registration. But things are going reasonably well. We have slightly more than a start stack here. We haven't won this one before, but after crunching some numbers last night, I realized I have an astonishingly good cashing rate in this one. I have 163% ROI. And that is with the correct numbers. Had I been doing it my old way, it would have been a 263% ROI on the Black Hole Nano. We've had a couple of very deep runs in that one. Even though we haven't won it, we got the final table a couple times on that one, so that really helps. And this is a massive prize pool because of all the rebuys. And people seem to rebuy a lot in this one. We haven't done well, but actually, let me bring that up. I'll show you guys what I was looking at for that. So let me see if we can do that. So let's add. Is that this one? Yeah, let's work with this one. So if we go to Chrome Unibet. Okay, let's go and bring up. No, not dailies. Grouped is the one that I want. Right, alrighty, so we are pretty much set here. If I go like this, one of the things you guys will notice when I turn this on is my absurd number of browser tabs that I have running at any given time. Just ignore that. part of it. Right. So I was running these. So let's actually shrink the size of this a little bit to make it readable. Alrighty, so if we look at the highlighted one there, and I'll just make this a little bit better to read. And a little bit more, I think, just a touch more. That's close enough. There we go. Alrighty. So if you look at the highlighted bar there, the nano black hole, it was 163 yesterday. We 160 yesterday. We dropped a little bit because we put in a buy-in today. But it's a pretty darn good return rate. And one of the interesting ones that I noticed as well is that I actually don't fire a ton of bullets into this tournament either. I thought I did, but apparently I don't, because I've got 26. I've played the tournament 26 total times. I've only fired 40 total bullets into it. So fewer than half of those, or about half of those times, I might have fired 2 bullets into. Although more likely, there's been a couple of times where I fired 3 or 4 bullets, and I know there's been at least one time where I fired 3 or 4 bullets into this one. So I think there's been a couple of those, and that skewed that result higher more so. But I think most of the time when I go deep in this one, it is on 1 bullet. I'd have to do a little bit finer analysis to work that out exactly. And I probably will do that at some point, but I thought that was an interesting. Observation, and it's a reasonably decent sample size as well. I mean, it's not a huge sample size, but it's a reasonably decent one. Of course, the dark matter nano is the other one that we do pretty well in. Only a 70% ROI rate in that one, though, so that one's a little bit. One that we would wonder about, but it's a decent the 24% ITM rate in that one, which you don't see on this chart, but I've worked it out elsewhere, is something interesting. I also noticed, I think the other interesting thing I noticed about the nano black hole versus the dark matter is I'm only making about 1.5x my buy-in in the nano dark matter per tournament. I'm making close to 3x my buy-in, a basic buy-in in the black hole nano when I on average, and I think that's a significant difference as well. So I think what that means is that I probably need to start thinking about focusing on the nano or on the black hole tournament as much or more than the dark matter tournament. Of course, the other really good one I have here is the Nano Comet, but at this point my bankroll, unless I can bank 50 euro tickets, my bankroll is not even close to being able to play a 50 euro buy-in event. So while I'm on this page, and before I run off too quickly, I think the other one I'll show you is I've also put together these this little chart page that kind of gives us a basic idea of what of different kind of groupings and how things pan out for me. Sundays and Saturdays are still my best days of the week for results. And as we can see on the graph, it's very clear that the Comet Nano and the Black Hole Nano are my best rate of return rates on these tournaments. And actually, that's the other interesting thing when we go back and look at the grouped ones. On the Comet, we are actually pulling on the Comet here. I guess we aren't actually winning that much more than our. Oh yeah, so we're winning like 1 point or like almost 3x, just under 3x are buy-ins in the Comet Nano, and just under 3x are buy-ins in the Blackhole Nano, and about 1.5x are buy-ins in the dark matter. So that is another factor that I should probably take into account. But I just thought I'd show you guys a little bit of that. That's my back end numbers that I like to crunch, and I have almost as much fun playing with my numbers as I do actually playing the poker that generates these numbers. Got a break coming up here pretty soon. I busted the falling star pretty early on today. Oh, are we missing the dwarf star, or is that starting in an hour? We are missing the dwarf star bounty nano, so let's jump into that one. Alrighty, we got a break coming up soon, so I'll kick you guys over to commercials here once I'm sure I'm out of all my hands. That is the case, so we'll be right back after these Brady Bunch commercial messages.
Suddenly, Barbie's moving, like you move. Suddenly, she's a new, living Barbie, moving more naturally, looking more lifelike than any other fashion doll. Suddenly, she's posing as though she's walking, running, bending, jumping, waving, holding, carrying, tumbling. Suddenly, she's a new, living Barbie, acting more like a real teenager than ever before. Suddenly, she's a new, living Barbie, wearing special new costumes more easily, more gracefully, and more glamorously. Suddenly, she's doing things only a living Barbie can do.
Wow, she's real like me.
She's the new, the one and only, the true living Barbie.
Have you heard what's happened? Barbie's changed. Barbie's new and different. She's the very same size, but now she comes with a groovy outdoor look. And Barbie's lashes are really for real. And even her face has changed. Best of all, the biggest news of all is the way Barbie moves. The new Barbie twists. The new Barbie turns. Wouldn't you like the new Barbie?
But what do I do with my old Barbie?
What do? Here's what you do. Just take your old Barbie before it's too late and run to the toy store. Then trade it to the man with $1.50 less than half what you normally pay. And look what you get. New Barbie for less than half price. But better hurry up. First come, first serve. There's a limited supply at this special low price, so take your old Barbie and $1.50 and trade them for the Barbie who's new.
Trade in your old Barbie today, while you can still get the new Barbie for less than half price.
Hello? Hi, Julie. Now listen, guess who's here to talk to you?
I love being a fashion model.
Who's that? That was my new talking Barbie.
A talking Barbie?
I'm going to come on over right now. Let's just see what she says this time.
Would you like to go shopping? Stacy and I are having a tea.
Who's Stacy? That's my other surprise. She's Barbie's new friend. She talks too.
Hey there, I'm called Stacy.
Now Barbie talks, and so does her new friend, Stacy. She comes from England. Barbie is the very same size she's always been. She and Stacy can even wear the same clothes. Mattel's new Talking Stacy
I think miniskirts are smashing.
and Talking Barbie
What shall I wear to the prom?
want to talk to you.
This is Cindy. She's new from Mark's Toys. Her hair is soft and easy to care for. Her skin is soft, too. And there are so many ways that you can move her. That's Cindy. And all these toys are what we call Cindy's World. There's a lot to choose from.
Cindy can be a friend.
Here's Cindy's bedroom set.
Pretend she's your very own friend. Where shall you go next? What shall you do?
This is Cindy's dining room set.
She can be there with you. Sharing.
And these are the things in Cindy's kitchen. Each piece is sold separately. And here's Cindy's music center. It has a real radio. 9-volt battery not included. Cindy and each toy are sold separately. Part of Cindy's World for Marks.
When you're hungry for a great candy bar, what do you think of?
Milky Way. Milky Way.
Milky Way.
Milky Way.
A Milky Way bar, of course. Beat candy hunger with Milky Way. Milky Way, the greatest milk chocolate, a luscious chocolatey middle, and creamy caramel. When you're hungry for a great candy bar, you think of Milky Way. Milky Way. Beat candy hunger with Milky Way.
Alrighty, we are back here with the poker action. My food is still cooking in the kitchen though, so I am going to run there quickly and do it. So I am not quite fully back, but I will be fully back shortly. Then I will be turning my mic off for a few minutes while I consume my oatmeal. What's interesting is I think actually these the Barbie that's on the screen right now, I think actually if you have one of those Barbies in the box, it's actually worth a ton of money right now because it was a changed version that nobody actually really liked. So it's become kind of a collector's item now, as I recall. And I thought the whole line about Stacy, she's from England, was funny. That is my microwave going off, so I am just going to make sure I can get back, and it looks like I can. Before anything times out on me, that is a hand coming through. I can get back in time. That is another hand. I can still get back in time. I can still get back in time. So we are going to check, we're going to check, and we're going to fold. Put in a bet here, I think, with our queen now. Get out of the way down here. Oh, we're not going to get out of the way here with our pair of aces, though. Ah, we backed into a pretty nice hand on the Comet Nano table as well. Alrighty, I'll be back in a few short minutes. The poker action will continue. My voice and face will be disappearing from the screen for a few moments, however. So I'll be back. I just realized this must be super boring for Piano Cat, given that she was only listening. So now that my voice was turned off for a few minutes while I eat, it must be super boring for her. But please stick around, Piano Cat. I will be back shortly. I'm still not quite back yet. I've still got about half my porridge left to eat, but I'll be back shortly. I am mostly back. I will be back on camera here in a few short seconds. Just getting myself sorted after putting my dishes away and finishing my, well, not necessarily in that order, but putting my dishes away and finishing my food. Alrighty, we are back. We are back. We are back. In the meantime, we busted the Dark Matter, or sorry, Dwarf Star Bounty Nano in a way that you guys might have noticed. should have just shoved here in the dark matter. That was kind of silly of me. Let's go down there and have a closer look at this. What's happening here? I guess I can't call off now. Yeah, that was poorly played on my part. I wasn't paying attention. We are in the money down there now, but I am the final stack, and I don't have very many chips, and that was very poorly played for my stack size and for my hand and for everything else about it. Frankly, I should just open shoved. And then I should have probably just gone with it on the flop there too. He can be min betting there with not necessarily a piece of it, just trying to push me off, given the way I played that. Oh well. We are guaranteed 76 cents in the Dark Matter Nano, though. So once again, we've cashed in the Dark Matter Nano. We did not cash in the Big Dark Matter in 4 attempts so far. It's the first time we played the Dark Matter Nano this week, though. Haven't played it prior to today. There's a massive pot. I mean, it would have been nice, nice couple of booties if I took it as well. So I mean, yeah, I think I have to go there. And I mean, we still had outs all the way down to the river, right? We still had the straight outs because he only had the set. So we were sweating it out right down to the end on that one. I definitely think it was a good. I definitely think it was a good spot for us. Oh, my camera. I forgot to turn my camera back on. Hang on, let me do that. Let me do that. No, we can find a better hand than 5 deuce, and we just don't have enough to get anybody out of the way anyways, so let's just do the next one. Next hand will be a bit better than 5 deuce. Absolutely 100% better than 5 deuce. Because there's not a whole lot of hands worse than 5 deuce, even suited. There we go. I am back. Hello. Sorry for the brief absence. We are now fed. The mothership is fully fueled and ready for action now. Yeah, all right. So 7-4. I'm probably losing too much in antes every time, so I think I'll just do it with 7-4. It's better than 5 deuce. I guess I picked the right one to do it with. I guess I picked the right time to do it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I will take it. And we'll shove our king 9 while we're at it. Ugh. Gross. Alrighty, so we're done in the Dark Matter Nano for 76 cents. 5th spot overall. Not a bad result. Not terribly unhappy with that. So I think there's a qualifier coming up that I want to jump into. Yes, in 7 minutes' time. So we are going to register in that with our ticket. And that will be up here shortly. Where's the qualifiers? Slot 2. Alrighty, so that's good for now. We'll get the qualifier up here shortly, but yeah, no, I think you're right, Ant-Man. I probably should take a few more seconds before I click the button. That's probably very good advice. There's a nice example of me realizing what I've done wrong by folding my 7-5 right afterwards, but actually don't necessarily think that's wrong in this spot. 7-5 is definitely a hand I could play, but you're not looking at that table anyways, but get rid of the King Jack there. Alright, Vistration, we'll see you soon. Well, they must have him somewhere, Ant-Man, you would think. I mean, they gotta... The path has to exist. Alrighty, well, since I was eating at the break, and it is 4:20 somewhere in the world right now, or 4:21 anyway, so close enough to 4:20, I'm going to do my little 4:20 thing. Anybody new might be watching and wondering, I am in Canada, so this is perfectly legal. Nothing wrong with what I'm doing here. It's no different than drinking a beer these days. It's relatively new development. Excuse me. So it's relatively new development, of course, that it's, I mean, it's only like 6 months now that it's been legal in Canada. It's rather surprising how quickly I've adapted to it, however. Hopefully it's a long-term thing that doesn't get rescinded at some point down the road. It would be pretty hard at this point, I think, to rescind it. From a political perspective, probably, but you never know what happens. It's been a weird world the past little while. So I'm not entirely convinced that it's 100% done deal at this point, but it has been completely legal in this country, and to the point of having legal distribution system like liquor stores in all parts of the province as well, or in all parts of the country as well. So it is pretty much an established thing, pretty much exactly the same as liquor now for the last 6 months in Canada, and it appears to be going that way. It would be rather hard to change it, I think, at this point, but it's always possible. Enjoy your cuppa, Piano Cat. And once again, we folded the straight. The qualifier table has just popped up, so let me get that sorted out for you. Cool, there we go. That one is rolling now. That is a €2 buy-in qualifier to a €10 ticket that I hope to spend on my next Dark Matter buy-in. We won't spend a ton of time on the qualifier table since it's qualifier poker is not the most exciting form of poker. We're also still playing the black hole nano, and we are playing the comet nano still as well. We cashed in the dark matter nano. We busted the full on dark matter, however. I just realized I didn't enter I think I entered it was 76 cents, right? I entered 76 cents in the dark matter and nano. So dark matter was a 0, comet nano we don't know yet, 0.76 in the dark matter nano. Alrighty, so we are on the board now for our cash outs. $2.80 in buy-ins so far, but 76 cents are returned. The qualifier event now has 6 people in it, 2 tickets being given away, so we're not even near the guarantee yet. We need at least 20 people, but more than that because of break, so probably like 24 people in this one to hit the guarantee. So seems unlikely that will happen, but you never know. These things do actually attract people once they get running. I know I used to be the sort of person that didn't want to register in if there was only a couple of people registered. What I realize now is when I do that, it means a lot of times things don't run. So I've been quite happy to get involved early now to make sure that I'm adding to the total people pre-registered in the tournament to make sure that they run. And as a result, happy to play shorthanded in some cases, like these where we're on a 9-handed table, but we only got 6 people in the tournament. So, and of course, in these qualifier spots, it actually means you end up with sort of massive overlay because, you know, really like 2/3 of the field right now is going to take, or sorry, 1/3 of the field right now is going to take a ticket home from this. Can't really fault those odds, right? So, assuming nobody else registers in this, it's like a 1/3 of the field wins the satellite. Just noticing Dr. Grieve is here. We, if you were watching the stream yesterday, you recall he was, we were playing against him. Trying to remember what tournaments we were playing against him in. I don't think we played many. Did we play qualifiers? Was it qualifiers we were against him in yesterday? No, I think it might have been on the Black Hole. Yeah, I think it might have been the Black Hole or the Titan that we were up against him in yesterday. One of those two. But we definitely were playing Dr. Grieve yesterday. That's on the qualifier table here to our right, Dr. Grieve. Definitely somebody we recognize from yesterday. We've also got the Black Hole Nano going now where we've got like 30 some odd big blinds. It is close to the end of late registration, if not there. Good Lord, not even close. Another 40 minutes left in late registration. Oh, it's only 1:30. What am I talking about? I thought for some reason it was past 2. It is not. I am like an hour behind the times, or an hour ahead of the times? Hour ahead of the times, I guess. Or something. So there's lots of time left before the Black Hole Nano closes for Reg. I have also just jumped into a 40-cent to €2 ticket event, just because the €2 tickets are a lovely way to get my €10 buy-ins for the Dark Matter and other €10 events. Crazy Pop is asleep to our left as the only player on our new table in the qualifier. Sorry about my quiet there for a second. I was kind of busy. We were in. I've been taking blinds. Crazy Papa's been asleep, so I've literally been winning hand after hand after hand against them in this two-handed table, and I don't know why we're still two-handed because it's been two-handed for ages. I raised and he came back on this hand, so I think that I get out of the way because I don't need to. He could easily have taken a piece of this board. That is currently the 40-cent to €2 ticket event. He might be going to sleep again. That would be. Alrighty, so this is going to be qualifier poker, so we're not going to pay too much attention to it because it is boring poker for the most part. We will watch one of the two real money tournaments that we are playing in, the Comet Nano and the Blackwell Nano currently. We are 3 away from the money in the Comet Nano, but we do not have a cashing stack. However, we are about to potentially bubble as we shove our sevens with just over 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 13 big blinds. Pretty optimistic call with the 8-9, but they get there. And we are done in the Comet Nano as a bubble. I think that's a ridiculously optimistic call, frankly, but I mean, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Alrighty, so that is the Comet Nano done for the day. Let's focus on the Black Hole Nano then, and we can play some, look at some qualifier stuff as well. Let's look at some qualifier stuff now because, oh, well, I don't know. We had Crazy Papa just going absurd to our 3-bet here, and we were 100% going to call off against Crazy Papa. With Mr. Orky calling behind, who's also a familiar face with us, I think... Damn, with these players, I mean, normally I would be out of the way with my ace-queen. With these players, good lord, I got to call behind here. And fucking Papa just gets there with his 8s. Well, I guess he didn't really technically need to get there, but, you know, we were racing. I think given those players, I needed to make that call, though. I can't value Mr. Orky's call there the way that I would in another tournament because you saw what he showed up with there, and I've played with him enough to know that he's going to show up with that sort of hand quite often. But yeah, they are a little light. I must admit they are a little light for the tickets. Piano Cat, I accept that, but I'm still not terribly. It'd be nice if they had 3 for sure, but I can sort of get given the number of people that they get. Although maybe if they had 3, they'd get more people. I mean, maybe that's. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for that. So I don't know. We'll go over and focus more on the black hole again. We would have maybe had a really good hand on this qualifier if we'd gotten our money in with 10-4, but it's hard to justify that pre-flop. Even when you got a tiny stack, as we do at this point. It's a qualifier, though, so you really can just sit around and blind out if you need to, in the hopes of possibly picking up a couple of hands to pick some chips up with, rather than just giving up your life with the hands like deuce 5 or stuff like that. I guess in a qualifier, I'm just looking at this ace-queen hand again, where I called off, and I guess in a qualifier, I really do need to be a bit looser there. It might be the difference, actually. In a qualifier, it's a fold. In a MTT, it's probably against the same players. It's probably a call. I mean, I can probably get away from it there, and I probably should have. As I said, I really can't. I'm really not valuing Mr. Orky's call behind as much as I should actually have been paying attention to. I mean, Crazy Papa, we know he throws chips around a lot. He's never super light when he does it, though. There is a chance that he's doing that with the sort of ace 10, ace jack, ace queen range, which is one of the reasons I need to think about calling behind, even in a satellite there with him, because I know that there's a good chance that I'm racing or dominating him in that spot. And Orky, I'm pretty sure I don't have to worry as much about. So, I mean, I think it's situational, and it's the people involved, the players involved, but I think it's one of those things. Ace-queen here, I think with the limp, I think the 20 big blind shove is pretty much my only legitimate option, and I don't mind terribly when I get called off, because the limp is not going to be better than ace-queen very often. So anyways, like I say, that ace-queen, I probably could have gotten away from it. I think in that spot, it's a good chance to pick up some chips. That obviously didn't work out for me. But I still think even in a satellite, given the two players involved, if it's two random players, I'm probably folding that hand 100% of the time, given the players involved. I mean, at the end of the day, we weren't actually in terrible shape when the cards went on the back, right? We were racing against Crazy Papa, which is pretty much where we expected to be, and we were crushing Orky, which is pretty much where we expected to be. So, oh, Wizardwick, hello, you're in the qualifier with me. Welcome to the qualifier. I may not be here very long. But hey, no, we did not. We did not. The 10 got there. Alrighty, so we're done in that qualifier as well. So our .40 to €2 qualifier did not go terribly well. Let's update our now playing sheet. The Comet is done. The qualifier to €2 ticket is done as well. So yes, we were briefly sharing a table on the 40 cent to €2 Qualifier with Piano Cat, aka Wizardwick, but that did not last very long as we busted shortly thereafter. So the black holes are last chance, black hole nano, last chance to make money today. It's looking a little dire for us, but we still got chips. We still got more than 10 big blinds, so we've got chips to make plays with. We can definitely double up our stack here and get back into it. We've done it before. We can do it again. We might fire another bullet if we bust out of this. It's getting a little late, but we still get yeah, we only got 20 big blinds now, so it actually is getting a little late for firing another bullet, but I don't know if I should be opening hands like 9-8 under the gun on a six-handed table, 9-8 suited. Definitely hands that can flop well. I think that's a part of my range I need to get a better handle on as well, is how and where and when to play the suited connectors. Excuse me, one of these days I'm fear I'm gonna blow my brains out when I have a sneeze like that. I'm shooting up my nose or something because they are a little aggressive, but it's the way my sneezes have always been, so it's not something I really am concerned about. They've always been pretty aggressive. I don't think there's any reason to get frisky with this hand. We can see a flop, and now that we flop top pair, we can be a lot more interested in this hand, in this spot. could definitely keep value betting here on the ace, but I actually think checking for pot control is probably the better option. And I think we just try to get to a cheap showdown now with our jack. Ace. We got ace king now in the small blind. I think we are going to get a little frisky with this one. We've got 20 big blinds-ish. 22 big blinds-ish. I think this is just a shove over top of 2 limps. Might be a little big for a shove, but I think it's just a shove there. I mean, I don't think I have another raise, and I don't think just calling is the right move out of position there with ace-king. So I think really my only credible raise size there is a shove. Because I would go 4x, which would be 2,000. I suppose I could still go. Yeah, I suppose I could have still gone 4x. Well, I think there was 2 limpers, so it would have actually been 5x. But that's still, I mean, potentially, yeah, potentially I could have just gone that way. I don't mind taking it there, though. Yeah, agreed. It's absolutely too short, and I mean, it's absolutely a speculative hand, so it's the sort of thing that you want to be in position with, and it's the sort of thing that you want to, you understand that it's the kind of hand that you're going to have to raise fold out of after the flop sometimes, maybe even a lot of the time, depending on the action and the flops and the players involved. So yeah, I think under the gun, it's it would be a pretty loose open. I think it's a pretty clear open from the button. And a pretty clear fold from under the gun, probably. Turn our 5s into a bit of a set mining opportunity here, I think. We could play it aggressively for sure. But we've done that a few times already, and I think we would have got played back at in a spot where I don't think we necessarily want to be putting a ton of our chips into the middle. And I think on a flop like this, we just accept that we didn't hit our set and get rid of our pair. I think there's a spot coming up in the 10 euro qualifier where I might be getting my chips in the middle. And in fact, I think, so we've got 24-ish big blinds, 2 limps, and satellite game, I think, is a shove with queens here. I think we get called off lighter than queens a lot of times by Grieve, based on previous observations. Right, so we'll head back to the black hole nano. We are approaching another commercial break where we will throw on another segment of Ads featuring Brady Bunch cast members. I do warn you, I will try to adjust this one, but the sound is a little bit messed up on this one, if I recall correctly. So I will try to adjust once it comes on. I unfortunately can't adjust until it actually becomes live, so hopefully the initial thing does not burst your eardrums out. It's not like hugely loud. It's not like Ian winning a dirty pot loud. You know, it's not like Ian spilling something on his keyboard loud. It's just kind of loud, right? Gonna see a flop with my suited Jack 9, and I'm kind of glad I did. You got a value bet into here now. I was hoping somebody would bet into me on the flop, but it didn't happen. Excellent. We are off to the break. So here we go. I will try to make sure that we get the sound adjusted for you. So enjoy these Brady Bunch commercials.
What are we drinking, my lord?
We're looking over an orange soda, the Shasta that we adore. You really should try it, the flavor's just right.
Orange soda, just one of 14 great Shasta flavors.
Oh, you're looking over an orange soda, the Shasta that we adore. You're looking over an orange soda, the Shasta that we adore.
It's the Action Kid. What in the world are they up to now?
Let's get right down to business.
Business? What business?
Car business!
The Fun-Packed Carry-All Action Playset by Marx. Look, this opens up the wild action world of Fort Apache. With Indians, cavalrymen, shell-shooting cannons. And here are the fighting knights, with a real drawbridge, knights, Vikings, and rock-throwing catapults. Here's the boot camp, with 10 Jeep bullet-shooting machine guns and 80 soldiers. Or land a helicopter at Cape Kennedy. Fire the rockets, back the space missile into the launching pad, and start the countdown. It's off into space. Zoom! Get Fort Apache. Get the Fighting Knights. Get the boot camp. Get Cape Kennedy. Get all four. And carry your own world of action wherever you go. The Rugged Steel Carry-All Action Playsets by Marx.
Gasket?
Gasket.
French?
French.
Hungry?
I am hungry. Twix? Well, that's not our usual snack.
Try it.
Twix Cookie Bars, the chocolate candy with the cookie crunch. Rich milk chocolate over creamy caramel.
I love chocolate and caramel.
And that Twix Cookie Crunch.
Twix tastes...
good?
Great. Twix Cookie Bars, the chocolate candy with the cookie crunch.
Next year, thousands of young athletes from all over the world will be leaving their homes to follow that great dream, the Olympic dream.
That's the way it should be. I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola has life. Have a Coke and a smile. A Coke and a smile makes me feel good.
To all the young men and women participating in next year's Olympics, your Coca-Cola bottler would like to wish you good luck.
That's the way it should be. Cola has life. Have a Coke and a smile.
You get a burst of fruit flavor from Starburst fruit chews. You get a burst of fruit flavor from the very first chew. Starburst fruit chew. You get a burst of fruit flavor with orange, lemon, strawberry too. And lime. A burst of fruit flavor from the very first chew. Starburst fruit chew. A burst of fruit flavor from the very first chew.
Hey, look, it's Rosie Greer. Boy, is he big. I bet you he orders a Burger King double beef hamburger, because it's got twice the beef.
Well, I'll bet he orders a double beef cheeseburger. Come on, a guy that big has got to order a double beef Whopper.
One double beef hamburger, a double beef cheeseburger, and a double beef Whopper.
All that?
That's my way.
Have it your way. Don't double now.
Open wide, America. Burger Chef's got thick, juicy, terrific burgers for you. 100% all beef. We really work hard to serve them hot and delicious, so you can take them to our works bar and make them taste even better, the way you want them. You're gonna love our burgers.
Open wide, America. You never can forget. You get more to like at Burger Chef.
And we are back. Two things I love about that particular group of ads. Both relate to the fact, hang on a sec, I will get back to that in 1 second as we go to me putting all my chips in the middle with kings against a shove in front of me here. So yeah, two things I love about that particular set of ads. They both relate to the fact that apparently Brady sponsorship killed at least two fairly high-profile products from the 70s. Well, maybe one high-profile product, one that I'm not sure I've ever heard of before. So Shasta Cola, we don't know anything. The Shasta Cola these days is at best the shadow of his former self. He was trying to compete with the big soft drink companies in the 70s and just did not manage. And I'm not sure that the Greg Brady commercial that we saw in that last segment was ever going to. That was a nice little hold for us, especially with two aces coming on the board there. Not sure that ad with Greg Brady was ever going to be the thing that pushed them over the top in the Cola Wars. But then the other lovely one at the end of there is the Burger Chef ad, which is a chain of burger restaurants that I have to say I can't recall ever hearing of before I saw that particular ad. And it's, of course, being sponsored by Jan Brady, who is the most forgettable Brady of them all. So maybe it's perfectly appropriate that she's the one sponsoring the most forgettable burger chain of the 1970s as well. So this set of ads sort of epitomizes why I do these things, because there are just these lovely moments in all of these ads. And this particular set has a couple of them that I just think are wonderful. Yeah. So, anyways, welcome back. So we got the top chip stack now in this €10 ticket qualifier. Pretty happy about that. The Kings got through, and we're pretty happy about that. We are still battling in the black hole nano as well. Whoops. So we are still battling in the black hole nano as well. So it's pretty low down in the black hole nano at the moment, but we still got a playable stack, and we've still got a chance at life. We are putting all of our chips in the middle once again in the qualifier. With the short stack shove here, only 4 people in the hand. I think I had no choice here. We didn't get there, but that's okay. I still think it's I still think it was the right move, even in a qualifier. I need to start knocking people out, and I'm still quite a significant chip leader even after that when I double them up. So I think that's a chance I have to take in a qualifier, even in a qualifier, given the chip stacks. We won't spend too much time there, but when interesting hands develop, I'll head back up there and show you what's going on there as well. For the time being, we're pretty much going to be, I mean, we'll probably still think about spots like that where we have a chance to take out a short stack and a decent hand to do it with, but otherwise we're going to be pretty protective of our chips, I think. We probably can't sleep to a ticket yet. Still got to get through 5 more players, and there's still a fair number of chips out there that we don't have in our stack yet, so we probably still need to battle a little bit. So we can't give up completely. We can't just shut down and let everybody else play it out. If we double up, if we had 16,000 chips, we might just shut down and let everybody else play it out. Put it in the raise with the ace-9 here from the cutoff. Awesome Marie is down to a tiny stack under the gun once again. This was the same thing that happened last round, or 2 rounds ago maybe, when we called them off. We're not going to call them off this time, obviously, but and the entire table dynamic was different because these guys were all in between the blinds at that point because they'd just come to the final table. Oh, and I'm describing a hand that's not even on the table, but yeah, basically the guy that we called off in the with our ace queen is right back in under the gun with 888 chips again after doubling up against us and then not having a great time through. Right, so I think this is probably an open for me, even from early position under the gun. With my stack, I think, and given that I'm not playing a ton of hands here, I should get a lot of respect from the smaller stacks, which are all of them. And I actually don't mind. Awesomery probably puts his money in. Maybe he should, maybe shouldn't. It depends on what he's got, but he probably should most of the time, I think, if not all the time, even in a qualifier. So we're definitely pretty happy with this flop, and I think I'm pretty happy to c-bet here as well against. I should have probably gone 3/4 now that I think about it, actually. So, but at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter for us in this particular spot because we got fairly lucky with the turn. So maybe we're up against another King Jack, but if we are, then we just split the pot and we happily go home. I've just put all my chips in the middle on the nice, and we take a nice double up on the Blackwell Nano table, or rather we take a smaller stack and get ourselves some chips. So we're still alive and still playing on the Blackwell Nano. It was a rather optimistic call against our play there by them, but I think we're going to actually do pretty much. Are we going to 3? Nope, I think we're just going to shove our 20 some odd big wads. Might have lost some value there, but there are reasons I don't always want to play post flop with my jacks in a spot like that. So, like 20 people getting paid in the Blackwell Nano today. I think it's usually a little higher than that. I think it's usually like 26, but that's cool. So we still have to got a chance here in the black hole. It's going to be not too far away from end of reg here. Oh, registration is now closed in the black hole. Okay. It might still be one level. Yeah, then we might still be able to re-reg. Yeah, re-entry is still available, but lay registration is now closed. So the end of this level will be everything closed, and all the numbers closed, and everything will be set up and sorted. A pair of 4s as a raise here from the hijack. I'm a lot happier with it once the 2 big stacks fold out. Some interesting things going on potentially on the, okay, Ace Jack v Ace Jack. That's cool. We are currently 1 of 5 still on the this qualifier table. Pay a little bit more attention here because we're down to 5-handed now, so I think we might be playing a little bit more. A few more pots. I mean, obviously don't think I can ever call off here with like a 6-4. It's nice to see two shorties going against each other. It does mean that there's usually one biggie at the end of it all, but that's cool. 6-4 could definitely get there and take both of them out, but you just don't have enough. We're very close to 6-4 getting there and taking both of them out. As it is, we're down to 4 players remaining now. We still have pretty much twice the chips of anybody else on the table. Pair queens in the big blind in the black hole, which we are going to be playing aggressively in this spot. Yes! Ah! Split pot. God damn it! I mean, sorry, everyone loves a chop pot, apparently. Everyone does not love a chop pot in a situation like that, where you've got your opponent crushed and it just comes on the board. Sorry, I've been totally ignoring my chat. I'm totally ignoring my chat for the past few minutes. I apologize, guys. Congratulations on the final table of the Abyss there, MVE. Good job. You might be at my qualifier table, Ant-Man. Hey, you can declare that if you want. You don't have to declare it if you don't want. So I've sort of got a decision. It's not really a decision. I don't think Ace Deuce is ever really going to be a call-off here. We're not entirely sure who Ant-Man is at this table either, I don't think. Fair enough, makes sense. And I do appreciate that. Put in a raise with my ace here. Don't really think 8-6 is a call here, probably. So we're still in the lead, but it's a lot closer. Suited bookend's not the best hand to be playing with. I could definitely shove that sort of hand, but I'm calling off the shove here if it comes. A7 isn't the greatest hand in the world, but four-handed, and in this spot against the small stack, he can be shoving a lot lighter than any ace, so and I think the chance to go three-handed is fairly significant if we get it. I almost shoved that. I don't know, 10 deuce just feels wrong to shove. I know it's the Doyle, but we got eights against pair of nines, and the ace doubles up. So we are still the chip leader, but it is much closer. Welcome, Pinky. Good to see you. Sorry, I did not see your chat message there. But I see you now. I apologize for not saying hello earlier. Hello to anybody else who I might have missed coming into chat. It's been kind of a weird day. Haven't always I've been paying as much attention to chat as I usually do for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. Good job with that, Pinky. Nice run there. Nice run there. Black Hole's a fun tournament. It is a very fun tournament. It's actually one of the things I'm. So the two paths I've been working on are 40 cents to 2 euros to 10 euros for dark matter buy-ins, and 20 cent to 1 euro to 5 euros for black hole buy-ins. And I have yet to complete a black hole buy-in, but I've got a couple of dark matter buy-ins already, and I'm not far off potentially another one here, although we are four-handed now, and it is a rather tough fight. Only two of us are going to get tickets, and it has not been an easy fight so far. It was relatively easy to get this far, but it has not been terribly easy to get much farther. We are no longer the chip leader either, so that's rather disappointing. We'll fold there, and we'll go down, and I should have actually maybe, I was really considering shoving there. I did shove under the gun on the black hole because of ace jack, and I don't have that many big blinds, but I have enough that I have some fold equity, so that's probably my best move with a hand like that if I'm not going to fold it, which I didn't feel like I wanted to do at that point. So go back here on this. I think I'm calling off any action here with king 10, which is a fairly big hand, four-handed. King 10 suited is an even bigger hand, four-handed, so I'm relatively happy to get my chips in with it. Ace 9 is not quite as good as King 10 suited, but it's still worth getting our chips in with, I think. Well, you know, fourth is still okay. You know, fourth isn't terrible vengeance. I'll take that. Better than I was able to do. Get rid of the 8-4 here. So I picked up an ace 9 in the ace 9 suited on the button. Take down the blinds and antes. Probably taking risks here with the ace deuce, but I think sort of any ace on a four-handed table is probably well, I was considering whether fours was a call here, but it's clearly not when there's a reshove behind. So this looks like a good chance for us to get down to three-handed maybe. Two very short stacks now. I probably can't call this off with 10-9, although it's going to be pretty wide, so 10-9 probably does have equity against his range, but it just feels like I'm burning chips a lot of the time when I call off there. Another spot where he's probably shoving pretty wide, but D7 is obviously never going to be a call-off spot. Although it was less than 3 big blinds, but still. So my guess is, if I have to make a guess, my guess is actually Z-Tex is who you are, Ant-Man. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that seems to be. The other one I've been looking at is Darktone. I'm not putting you on X22 at all. So if that's who you are, you're disguising your identity quite well for some reason. But I'm actually putting you on Z-Tex, the guy to my left. Well, I'm always glad to have you, whether I notice you or not, Pinky. I'm always glad to have you here. I'm always glad to have everybody here. Suited Kings going in the middle here. I think over top of the X22. Damn it. And he gets there. He just gets there. Good stuff, MV. Take her down this time. Take her down tonight. Take her down tonight, buddy. Deuce fives. Oh, you guys aren't. Are we watching? Yeah, we are watching that table. So deuce five's never going to be a call in, I don't think. Even if it is suited. Alrighty, live or die. Ace-7 suited. I think this is a call-off given our minuscule stack at this point. We can only survive another couple of rounds if we tried to hold on, and there is action happening, so there is a chance of other people busting. But I don't think it's enough for us to get away from an Ace-7 suited here. The fact that it's suited is bonus. I think any ace we're calling off here. Nice. We hold. Awesome, MV. Good job, buddy. That's 2 days in a row, right? That's 2 days in a row. Pretty fucking even chip stacks at the moment. So we've all got to be pretty cautious now. think the king eight's a fold for what it's worth. Yeah, you may be right with that. You may well be right. Wow, that's just a cooler against Z-Tex there. That was just a gross cooler. We both got dealt monsters four-handed there. I am all in the black hole nano. And I think we're going to call off. Oh, King Jack, we got shoved on. I think we're calling off here. King Queen, gross. 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 Oh well. We're still alive. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you guys are probably right. Challenges for motivation, Pinky. I don't know. My current challenge is to collect as many nano trophies as I can collect off of Unibet. That's what's keeping me going. And of course, to eventually try to get to a Unibet Open as well. But I don't know. Maybe pick a tournament that you want to play consistently in and start firing bullets at it and see, or start firing bullets at the qualifiers for it and see if you can get into it. Maybe that would be an interesting challenge. Alrighty, so this is basically the cash bubble for the ticket bubble for the Savvy. And it's all pretty even stacked. So any one of us could be the bubble. Any two of us could take home tickets for this. It's going to be a battle of poker wits. We are still outside of a money stack in the black hole nano, but we still got chips. We got about 14 big blinds. So we have still definitely got a chance in that one, assuming we play our cards right. Calling off with 9-9 here. Boom! We have another €10 ticket to fire into the dark matter on our next next try, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, that is pretty darn cool. I'm pretty happy about that. We are firing a ticket. We'll just let the, there we go. There we go. It takes a few minutes for it to work through. But we now have a €10 ticket to fire into the dark matter the next time we play. And we got a pair of kings on our final table of the day, the black hole nano. And, of course, we're just going to shove our kings, I think. It's a shame. We could have, might have wanted to just limp there and get a induce action. Limping's a bad idea because you could just check and ace comes and we hate life. Maybe just a min raise there to induce action. Yeah, I'm okay with just taking down the pot. So this is our last chance to make money today, but we have actually already sort of made money as we've booked our seat into the next dark matter we play with our €10 ticket. So that's pretty good. We have actually booked some money from the dark matter nano today as well, although it's not enough to bring us a profit for the day. But if we can pull some chips in this this black hole, we might actually could be our day saver. It's often our day saver actually, because it's actually a pretty decent payout for a 50-cent buy-in tournament usually. With all the people who seem happy to fire multiple bullets into it. We rarely do, according to our stats. Well, not rarely, I wouldn't say, but certainly less. We certainly fire less than 2 bullets per tournament. Yeah, for quite a while, Pinky, I was actually grinding the 25-cent sit and goes on stars, and had a reasonably good record at it. It is just painfully difficult these days to beat the rake over there, I find. You know, you can be beating the game by a significant fraction, but the rake is just pretty significant, and it's you got to be. And with their payout structure as well, there's a lot of the low-end payouts that are barely paying back your buy-in now, which is very frustrating. So you can actually look like you have a really good ITM rate and yet have a pretty poor profit margin between the rake and the low payouts at the bottom end. So, but it's interesting. Yeah, that's one of the problems with Unibet is there isn't a lot of graduation between the nanos, which sort of top out at 65 cents, and then the premium tournaments, which sort of start at €5. Now there is the €1, €2 singularities and bounty events and €5 bounty events that run on these. But yeah, no, I agree with you. There should be more. Well, I'm just thinking about it on Stars. I mean, on Stars and the sit and go side and then the tournament side, it's like 50 cents and then $1. So you don't really have anything in between those two buy-in levels, or 55 and $1.10 if it's tournaments usually. But yeah, so it's interesting. I don't know. I've never played anything on Leo. I'm not even actually sure I know exactly what site you're talking about. But the truth is, my online poker experience is relatively limited. I played on Stars, I played on Party Poker, I played on 888, played on Full Tilt back in the day, sort of back in the day. Back in the new day, I played on Full Tilt. I never actually played on Full Tilt when it was only Full Tilt. I played on Full Tilt when after Stars took it over. And I played a little bit. No, I shouldn't even say that. I didn't actually even ever end up managing to play online on Black Belt. I went to a live Black Belt event, and I tried to be active on Black Belt, but I could never manage to get a deposit in from Canada that worked and that was accepted. So I never actually did get money in that, although I did play a live event at Dusk Till Dawn and quite enjoyed it. One of us is correct already. What that means is you're definitely not X22, and I'm okay with that. Sorry, just doing a little bit of work in the background. I'm entirely not sure that I played that that tournament as well as I could have, that qualifier. I mean, I got a ticket out of it, so I'm happy with that, but I don't necessarily think I played that flawlessly. I think I could have potentially played it better in some spots, but happy with the result, I guess, and we've got a ticket for the dark matter next time we play. So happy about that. Always happy about that. Ha. Yeah, I expect when I qualify for one of these events and get over there, I'm expecting there will be a few points raised with members of the viewing audience, friends from Ian's stream, friends from David's stream. I'm sure there'll be. There might be more points raised than is good for my poker game, to be perfectly honest with you. But you know, that's the way it goes sometimes when you go to live events. And I mean, especially a live event in London. I mean, how can I not drink pints of dark ale in one of the places in the world where the best dark ale is brewed? I mean, I would just be my life would have no more meaning anymore if I somehow had to not drink beer when I went to London. I think I'm shoving my ace-8 here. Woohoo! Nice one, man. Good job. Keep it up, man. You guys take down those big tickets. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Bah, we folded the flush again. We like to do that a lot pre-flop. Well, we don't like to do that a lot. We seem to do that a lot. Darth Vapor needs more power. Good luck on the Buble, Piano Cat. Very good luck on the Buble. Another break coming up here, so we'll set up one more run of Brady ads. Well, I don't plan to bust Piano Cat. That's my problem. So I might just have to drink while we're playing. You guys might just have to come crowd around my table while I'm stacking all the chips. Nice. Obviously, live poker events and any sort of deep stack poker event, you're same as anything else. You're 4 times out of 5, you're probably not going to make it through. So you have to be prepared for that. But you also have to expect to win. Yeah, Pinky, totally live, and it's an entirely different thing live and online. I play $100 tournaments live without really thinking too much about it. I would never play that online, but yeah, we might find some pints going down. Alrighty, we got the break coming up here. I'm gonna kick you guys off to the commercials, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Congratulations! But those uniforms struck out.
Grass stain, mud stain, mustard stain.
Looks delicious. Lucky I've got Miracle White. Non-aerosol soil and stain remover. Helps get out tough stains almost like a miracle.
No more stains! Chelsea, you're batting 1,000.
Spray on Miracle White. Non-aerosol soil and stain remover. Helps get out tough stains almost like a miracle. Free gravy. Starting a restaurant, please?
Nah, it's this special pack of shake and bake with free gravy mix.
Gravy cooks right along with the chicken. That's new.
That's right, and...
Gets all those good pan juices.
Yes, and...
And when your chicken's ready, so is your gravy. Good and hot.
That's right. Shake and bake coating mix
makes our kind of crispy golden chicken. And with gravy.
Yeah, this special pack of shake and bake...
Free gravy. Can't beat that.
It's not.
Herself? I need 4 cut-up chickens, Pete, and shake and bake.
Oh, party?
Oh, just a family dinner for 9 chicken experts. Gotta be crispy, gotta be golden, gotta be juicy.
Shake and bake coating mix makes
our kind of chicken. You just shake, then bake. And that chicken's so crisp and juicy and golden, it makes me look golden, if you know what I mean.
Like I say, shake and bake coating.
Gotta get shaken, Pete. Huh? Thanks a bunch.
In just 5 minutes, Aaron Dasher's class do something new to let it rise.
Goodness knows, anything goes. Try serving tomato rice with your favorite fish. Or add onion soup if it's lamb you wish. Super celery rice is the perfect twist.
With chicken and green beans.
Use your own imagination to whip up a new creation. Minute Rice knows. I'm back. Anything goes.
Hello, I'm Robert Reed. You know, purchasing a home is a big step for most of us, and you'll be better prepared if you learn the facts on home buying before you buy. Get the facts on title protection, closing costs, and other helpful information. Write for this free booklet, Blueprint for Home Buying, Alta, ALTA, Box 566, Washington, D.C. Take care of your bunch. Know the facts.
We shot a scene on the Brady Bunch yesterday where we had to eat a lot of pancakes and drink a lot of milk. And luckily, you know, the kids love it, and they kept asking for more cold milk. So they must have gone through 2 gallons yesterday, I guess, for that one scene. Wow.
Milk has something for everybody, even Florence Henderson's.
And they all drink milk. Teenagers, man. It's like bottomless pit.
Have you ever wished for one product that would clean and shine almost everything in your house? Here it is, Clean and Shine. Like magic, Clean and Shine leaves a nice shine on fine wood furniture, so you don't need furniture polish. It cleans and shines mirrors, so you don't need glass cleaner for mirrors. It cleans and shines refrigerators, like this kitchen product, even countertops, tile, and vinyl. Try new Clean and Shine, the foam that cleans and shines almost everything in your house. Clean and Shine works on almost everything. Have you used it on vinyl and leather yet? It's great on vinyl chairs, leather sofas, Boots, sporting equipment, luggage, hassocks. Clean and Shine cleans and conditions. Look how shiny and supple and luxurious this looks. Clean and Shine even works here and here. Clean and Shine for vinyl and leather. Wood, enamel, ceramics, stainless steel, chrome, tile, you name it. Clean and Shine for almost everything in your house.
When chicken's fried this light, it's crispy every bite. It's just as crispy can be. The chicken's got a certain Westernality. Westernality means crisp. That crispy, non-greasy taste you get when you fry chicken with Wesson oil. Look, that's crisp. That's Westernality. The chicken's got a crispy Westernality.
Hi, Florence.
Hi.
Homegrown tomatoes.
Hey, you really do drink Tang. Don't you worry about Susie getting enough vitamin C?
My Susie?
Almost half the children in this country don't. But Tang has a full day's supply of vitamin C.
Well, what if she won't drink it?
She'll love Tang. It has a natural orange taste.
It's good.
See, I told you.
Delicious Tang instant breakfast drink. Do something good for your family.
We are back live once again on the Mothership. Mothership Poker. So we're 11 away from the money here in the black hole. We are not in a money position. We don't quite have 10 big blinds. So life is a little bit precarious for us, but we can definitely get there in a tournament like this. Oh, and for the record, I hope you guys have been hearing me okay for the past little while. I just realized that since I've been eating, or since I ate my dinner, I had my microphone up here instead of where it's supposed to be. So I hope you guys were hearing me okay. It looked like my sound levels were pretty much the same as they were before, so I'm actually not even sure you guys noticed, but I just realized that. So it's been like 2 hours that I've been talking like that, so. We're getting moved to another table on the black hole, Nano. Yeah, there's definitely some weird argumentation styles out there, Pinky. I have to say I've never really seen Ian get out of line in anything he's done. I have no idea what incident you're talking about there, but pretty much everything I've seen happen in his channel has been pretty upfront, straightforward, and pretty reasonable from what I've seen. Yeah, I don't know. Ian's quickly become one of my favorite people to watch play poker and talk. Though he's not only entertaining to watch play poker, he's entertaining to listen to. He's an intelligent fellow, and I quite enjoy his stream and his antics and his opinions. So I'm always going back there. It is getting pretty desperate here for us in the Black Hole Nano, and I think a King Queen is a hand that we put our chips in the middle with. Yeah, it's absolutely the case when it folds to us on the button. I don't know, Pinky, there have been very limited times in my life where I've felt, and in fact I could probably count them on one hand, where I've maybe felt it was necessary that some other human being get hit. Yeah, I'm searching my memory, and I'm coming up with very, very, very few instances. There's an instance where I myself was beat very close to within an inch of my life, which is an exaggeration, but my mother did a pretty good number on me, and I remember it very well, and there's a very good reason why it was done, and it solved the problem that it was meant to solve very quickly and very effectively at the time for my age, and it was probably the only thing that would have gotten through to me that quickly and that effectively at that age. Basically, the thing was, we were driving down the highway. This was back in the 70s, so there's no like child restraints or anything like that going on here. I'm like 3 years old, sitting in the back seat of the car. My mother's driving in the front seat. We're going down the highway at highway speeds, and I start trying to open the door of the car. My mother very quickly pulls over the side of the road, pulls me out of the back seat, and starts beating on me to let me know that it is a very stupid idea to try to open the car door while the car is moving. And I learned my lesson very quickly. I can't think of another single instance where I feel that hitting any other human being is the only rational response to any situation. So I'll respectfully disagree with you on that. I'm very much of a pacifist. I've never been in a situation in my life where I thought getting into a fight about something was the most effective way to solve the problem. Nor, in fact, have I ever been in a situation where somebody else has tried to start a fight with me and I've felt it was the most effective way to responding in that fashion was the most effective way to solve the situation. I just think that there's one of the sort of formative books in my youth was the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov, and there's a lovely quote in there that I sort of took to heart very young, and I've lived my life by. It is uttered by one of the main characters, a character by the name of Harry Seldon, and the quote is, "Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent." And the more you think about that, the more it sort of unpacks. So we're done in the black hole. And I'm okay with the way it went down. I mean, I sort of have to shove my ace jack there, I think. So I'm okay with that. But I think that quote, "Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent," is one of the sort of ways I've tried to live my life, because the more you think about it, the more there is to unpack in sort of what that means and how it goes. And at the end of the day, there are times when violence is the only choice you have. You never have to let the bear eat you for lunch. If the bear tries to eat you for lunch, you can certainly respond back with violence and stop the bear from eating you for lunch. You can defend yourself. There are situations where violence is the only is the only acceptable, only possible solution. But in nearly every single one of those cases, there were a ton of things you could have done before you got to the inevitable point of violence that could have changed the outcome and meant that violence wasn't necessary. So what that means is that if you're at the point where violence is the only refuge you have, it's because you were incompetent somewhere down the road previously, in my mind anyways. So I've really always liked that, and there's a lot to unpack in there. But we are done with the poker now, and I'm not going to expound very much more on the philosophy either for the day. I do appreciate you guys coming out. We didn't get a profit today. We did cash in the Dark Matter Nano tournament, but that was the only tournament we cashed in today. It's going to happen on some of these days. We're going to cash, or we're going to profit some. We're going to lose some others, and we'll be back at it again. Tomorrow is a dark day for me because I'll be at the office for the day and playing live poker. So we'll probably see you again next week. Thanks for taking a ride on the Mothership with me today, and I'm going to bring this puppy in for a landing now. So Elron out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.